Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some good old art. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I am only a little tired. I swear. Who's this wrinkly old man? I don't know. Yummy. Yeah, shut up. I didn't get any warm-ups done today. I was already late enough as it is, as you can tell. I was late by, what is it, 5 minutes. The color grid messes with your eyes. What, this one? Oh. And the ads are now going. Oh. I'm going to sip a little bit of water and consider what the hell I'm approaching today. Let's boot up at least a canvas first. Before I, like, get ahead of myself. Yeah, some things you don't want to know about. You see legs? If I go back to, what was under this? Which legs do you see in particular? 'Cause there's a few legs. We're gonna go Nashville, Tennessee. I don't know anything about Tennessee other than it exists. Brother, you're further along than me. I forget Tennessee exists. The ones that... Oh, this is, texturing for... Or a material for, the thigh highs. It's literally a material. I haven't gotten used to using the meshes yet, though, so I'm a bit off with them. Hey, you clap. Ugh. Ugh. No, I've been messing around with some stuff. There's a reason why I have, like, this stuff as well as these now for reference-related stuff. Both renting the one, to be fair. That's like this chat on a good day. All renting just one brain cell. Yeah, I have a lot of poses. For a lot of different things. Hey, Sweep, how's it going? Kids, don't put 3 tablespoons of chamomile into your mug. Why did you do that? That's a terrible idea. Don't do that. Put 7 instead. No! No. Other direction. Less. Put less in there. Half a brain cell connected. Nice. Do you think that, like, how it works is however many viewers you have is how many brain cells has been detracted from the streamer, which would explain why some of the top end streamers are dumb as shit now? Just a thought. So at the moment, it's only like 4 or 5 brain cells removed from me. So like, I'm not noticing too much. But when it starts getting to the thousands, and that's, yeah, again, that's why like they get stupider and stupider eventually, or they remain smart as ever, and that just goes to show they're fucking geniuses. Right? They had more brain cells to begin with. That's the people you gotta truly look out for. Starting a new theory. A new tinfoil hat theory. Let's go, guys. More viewers you get, the less brain cells you have.
I don't know. I never counted. I am not really a math guy, you know?
That's it. I'm not really a math guy. Oh, dude, I love the Tangier shit, man, because it's just the ability to be able to post a meme onto the stream directly is fucking amazing to me. Did I look into Blurb? No, I don't think I did. It's like, there's a lot of different interactions I already have that, like, cover a lot of things. So I honestly, I should just finish using the ones I've got. That one has community points, so it would be used much more often by our... That's a good point. To be fair, technically so does Tangier, but the problem with Tangier, and I've said this before, is that it requires me to manually set, I believe, each individually. So I'm not against doing that. I just kind of only want to do it for ones that I feel like are popular enough. There's also a part of it that I will not deny. I do like it not being, like, excessively spammed, or if it is getting more out of it than you guys using a fake currency. I know how that sounds. I apologize how that may sound, but you know what I mean. Can steal your glasses for how long? Oh, you're talking about the glasses? It literally says in the fucking description of it. I know. Like, it's one of those ones where I wish I had ways of giving certain people... Like, think of it like this. I would love it if one of these systems had it that, like, it tracked whether or not you're, like, a subscriber, for example, or how long you've been a subscriber for example. And use that to discount stuff. So it indicates that, like, if you've been around for a while and you've already been subscribed, for example, yeah, you should probably get a fucking discount on these things, if not some of them be free. Why? Because fucking you earned it. Found from the bird stream and the Xbox stream, we found how little cooldown Makes us use sparingly, yeah. Like, there's a lot of ways to approach it all. Like the systems of these sorts of things. And I find there's a lot more room for growth, potentially. I love how, by the way, like, pointing at the channel points thing, it's what, steal glasses for like 3 minutes, but I do a voice for 10. Right? Which is really funny because that shows how disruptive in my eyes doing the voices comparatively to the glasses. Is it 3 minutes or 5 minutes? No, it's silence for 3 minutes, right? And then steal the glasses for like 5. Because, like, genuinely, I can't even see my monitors without my glasses. So the stream grinds to a fucking halt with that. And same with the silence. The silence arguably leads to a fairly slowed down moment of, it's 3 minutes of just sitting here while I, like, twiddle my thumb up my ass and try and figure out a way to make the screen interesting. It's all quite fascinating. Do I think that, again, like I talked about this before, do I think that the points are currently skewed in the wrong ways? Yes. I think some are far too expensive and some are far too cheap. The more we've played around with it, the more I've noticed how, for example, disruptive the voice one can be. Especially with, like, some of the suggestions you fuckers give. Which, again, I'm not against. I'm just like, do I probably just need to raise the price a little bit? Sure, because I think the cooldown's fine. I think the price is the only problem. But also, there's a part of my brain that's acknowledging the fact that a lot of you have a larger supply of points than you would naturally given the context, purely because we haven't had point systems, or like hadn't had a way to spend points up until now. As we saw with the Xbox stream and the Bird stream, again, referencing to those, a lot of people could spend a lot of points all of a sudden. Whereas they hadn't been able to do so before. God damn it. The best part is you can kind of sometimes see me leaning to my left side with the posture check, so you can always easily fucking call me out. There we go. But, like, posture check's a good example. I probably should just lower the price, but have a cooldown on that. Right? Like a slight cooldown, just so it doesn't get, like, excessively spammed. But, like, those sorts of ones, I'm like, I could probably pull them down in price a bit. Like, that's why I say, like, again, it's some of those generics, I can just pull down the prices a little bit, but again, it's kind of the argument of, I want you to, if you're spending points, because the channel points are supposed to be a reward for you being around for a long time, right? $25K to say you're proud of us. 10K for positive information. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I actually like those ideas, but for, like, it's just really funny to me. But it's that idea of, like, so channel points are supposed to be, like, you as a viewer are rewarded for your longevity of, sticking around, right? So that's why, while I don't like them being hyper disruptive, or I reduce the amount of time that they're disruptive for, I still should be able to reward you for being able to go like, no, you get to augment the stream temporarily, right? like tracks in my head. Let's open up that mouth piece so far that we've had. That we've been working around with, because that's just an easy kind of look at for a bit. Points are there to use to remind you about stuff, true. But that's kind of part of that aspect, right? Of that inclusion. That's why, like I said, the Tangier one's a little bit different, because that's like a much more heavy-handed and uncontrollable by my end, in a sense, interaction with the stream. Like, I describe it as best as look at the difference between something like Tangier and something like 10 minutes of doing a voice. I could just elect to not do the voice thing, right? Like, I can refund the points if I don't think it's doable or necessary. And that's like, I think that's where a bit of that comes in. It's this ominous BGM. Oh, it's just FTL's BGM, I believe. But it's that sort of stuff that, like, I think puts it in that difference category, because you are not only, I mean, it's the aspect of surprise, I guess, right? Because, like, I don't know something's happening on Tangier per se, guaranteed, until it's actively happening. That's the other aspect of it, right? Now, that's why I stress, if there was certain things that people regularly wanted to interact with, sure, I'd definitely consider a little bit more doing with points and stuff. But, like, I'm still tossing up if I want to do, like, a TTS thing, where you guys can either spend points or whatever to be able to, like, actually have text-to-speech talk on the stream. Which, again, I've got mixed feelings on that, because, like, I don't know how I want to approach that if I was to approach it, which is why I haven't even touched it very much. Because I know, again, Tangier is a good example. Tangier... Oh, thank you, Clap, thank you. Yeah, my glasses did need a bit of a clean. See, I've been thrown so far off by that. But yeah, like, it's because Tangier has it, but Tangier has, like, AI voices that I'm, like, really uncomfortable with a lot of them, because I don't believe a good chunk of them were, like, ethically sourced. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I just kind of have a real with synthetic voices. Derailing your thought process is my passion. I mean, that is kind of the idea with it, right? But yeah, so that's stuff that I've definitely considered as well. That's also why I wanted to have Tangier for the clips thing, but I don't believe we ever got that sorted out. Whether or not you can actually submit to them, right? I don't know, have we tested that out since? Let me go to the viewer page and see. How bad is my eyesight without my glasses? I lose almost all, like, coherent vision about 20-30 centimeters out. Oh, like, genuinely, my monitors are far enough away that, like, I won't be able to read. Like, that's how derailing it is and how funny it... Like, I have to start squinting to even see when the timer runs out. So you just see a colorful blob in front of you. The best description I have, give me a second, right? I'll see if I can replicate it real quickly. No, that's not gonna do it. That's just gonna blend poorly. Oh, it's because the brush density's down. Like, legitimately, this is actually kind of what I will see. Like, almost to that. BGM stop. No, it just goes quiet at a lot of moments. Like, I can't probably accurately show you guys, but it is genuinely, like, if I take off my glasses just a little bit, I can see lavender, purple, blue, and then splotches of brown. I barely actually see the satchel. That's genuinely how bad it is. It's the music from the Stranger Things. No, it's not music from Stranger Things. No, I was trying to check out. Let's go to the clips Butcher dashboard. What was the funniest audio clip that we've had recently? Oh, Floof saying 6-7. Let's grab that one then. Copy link. See if it works now. Oh shit, it does! Guys, the clip soundbite stuff works. I believe you can actually now submit for it. Because that looks like the UI's working correctly now. So if you find funny audio clips of things I say, you now can use them against me. The only thing is, I believe I have to accept them, and that's it. And I'll be honest, outside of a few things, I'll probably accept most things. Also, Bug, I believe, has the ability to just say yes as well without me being involved. Can I ask you to open MTG for a second for a funny bit? What do you mean, open MTG? I mean the draw, or like something about Magic the Gathering? Because like I can talk about Magic the Gathering. I can talk about Magic the Gathering a lot right now. The site of my decks? Okay. I can always have that, because I literally need to put in AR and it will open up Architect for me. Into my search stuff. Because I've gone to that site that often. See? This is all my amazing cards that I've been playing around with recently. Oh, you guys want? Have I shown what I'm gonna be doing to the Kefka deck because I'm an awful person?
Hey, stop! Why? I just don't get it. I always catch you watching this sick. This is sickening.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Honestly, looking at the Kefka deck and hearing that, that's very accurate. I don't blame you. Yeah. You got an error? You got an error. Why'd you? Okay, because that's weird. Because I literally just tested it and I saw it work. Interesting. Clip soundbite, post URL, continue. Yeah, I get the thing. Let me... So people don't think I'm lying. Yeah. I'll show it fully from the ground up. So it's click the soundbite, the clip soundbite thing here, post the URL, press continue, and then I go to here now.
Malifka helped so much. 6, 7.
Hey!
6, 7.
Gotta try and narrow it down to get the exact moment.
6, 7.
No! 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 This is no! Chat, do you see the timestamps? There's no way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. So I believe I can submit this, right? And then... The answer to the universe. Okay, so Can someone see if that one at least turns up for other people? Not saying you have to play it. I just want to know if it's seeable for others.
Six, seven.
Well, that answers that question. Oh, yeah, was gonna kill me. So there we go. So that means that works. I don't know how it looks like for you guys, though. Alright, I have an Amazon package coming. I might be at work, so you might have to get it for me. We can't look at it. You definitely can't see what's inside. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a drug deal, Nash. Dev heard the 6-7. Yeah. Yeah. So we now have that as a thing. What the fuck say? You want me to... I think I can rename it. Right? If I go to interactions... Let's see, yes, I can just change it. And I can also change its description. There we go. Yeah, no, I see the pop-up both. Ooh! I see the pop-up in both the website and on my thing. You know what? I'm gonna trust you, Jin. I'm just gonna approve it. I'm not even gonna listen. I'm just gonna approve it. I'm gonna trust that you've sent something that I will not regret. Oh my god, it's Malith. On a Malith stream? How dare he? That's cool that we've got that set up, right? My favorite K-pop singer? God damn it. Wait, to be fair, this outfit that we have for him currently, this like the second design, is way more K-pop. Do we go even more K-pop? Targeted or not targeted? Always targeted, what do you mean? My favorite K-pop singer, you know what? Is there actual K-pop lore? I mean, not technically, no. I just like K-pop, J-pop stuff, right? Guys, I can't tell you the full story of this, but I have been looking at so fucking much, like, idol dance routine stuff recently. My god. Let's see. Clap has... You know what? Again, I'm just gonna approve. I'm not even gonna listen. I'm just gonna trust that you guys are sending dumb shit, and I can remove it later if I need to. If it is really bad. I'm putting a lot of trust in some of your regulars. But no, I've been looking at so much dance stuff recently. My brain has become like so idle locked in. Gonna dance for us at Malithcon? No. Shit, you said it must be okay. Exactly. True. If it's something I've said, clearly it's only gonna be okay. Oh no. But yes, I've been doing a lot of stuff. Dude, there is so much like interesting parts to all of the development of doing like a dance routine, by the way. Like something I have come to understand. I'm gonna use our lovely Malith model here for a moment to like describe some of the crap that I've been seeing. So the vast majority of the stuff I've seen focuses so much on, let's see if I can get a better brush to show this. So much on the shoulders and the hips, and this weird, like, crisscross locked stuff of the movement between all of these spots. It's so fucking technical, man. Like, if you look at a lot of that sort of dance stuff, you'll see what I kind of mean with it, where it's like these elements work together, but it is so centralized around that box shaping and morphing that box around. It is so core focused, and I'm very surprised by it. Because for a while, when I was looking at a lot of the dances, I thought it was very, like, waist down focused. Where, like, you would basically, from here onwards, down is where a lot of the focus had to be on how you do it. So a lot of them would have a side-to-side motion that they'd need to retain, or utilizing the thigh movements quite a bit. But the more I've analyzed, the more I've come to realize the shoulders have actually become, like, that's why I say these spots here are where a lot of the focus comes in, of that sort of dancing technique. I wish I could more like that. It's both not that hard and really difficult, right? Rudimentary stuff, really easy to learn. And if you practice that a bunch, the rest of it does become easier and easier. The hardest part, in my eyes, is designing dances with that in mind, right? Like, doing choreography for it is really, really hard. Replicating choreography for it, once you have the foundations in, becomes much easier. So again, it's one of those things of there's a huge level of depth to the concept of those sorts of dances, and it's been really fascinating doing a massive deep dive into educating myself around a lot of this. And finding, like, all the method, like, as much methodology as I can towards this. It's definitely led to kind of a greater respect for those that do the choreography than I had before. Before I had a really massive respect for the people doing the dance, and that's not diminished. But the designing the dance has become much more of a thing now to me. Because, like, in the nicest sense, it's a lot of fucking work to practice and to get it right, and it's like you keep, You keep working on it, but to like figure out how to do that dance is insane. I'm sure you won't regret it, maybe a little bit. I just see it's called Confession. I'm sure. Mally Welly is our fridge femboy maid. Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. And you said, like, I might regret it. Like, yeah. Oh, God. Yep, no, this is exactly what I'm, like, in the back of my head. I'm like, do I allow them to do this stuff? Do I enable them? Alright, ads are in progress. I'm gonna be back in just a moment while the ads are playing. Because I need to go to the bathroom. So, bugger you guys, I'll be back in a moment. Where's the... my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. Alright, I'm back. No. What was the context for that one? I'm guessing that's from like one of the Tomodachi Life ones. The fuck's the context? Just singing Sunshine? I love that song. It's my song that I sing when I'm batshit insane. When I'm losing my mind, if I sing that song because of reasons. When fanfic was born, oh god. Yeah, tracks. God damn it. No, going to the reason why I even, so you sing it daily, huh? Not quite daily, but close to. No, the reason why I was talking about maybe doing more K-pop with the outfit, so I've talked about this before. I actually did ballet when I was younger. And like I did gymnastics, obviously, when I was in high school. I've talked about that many a times. I have always loved the idea of getting more into dance. So I wouldn't be against like incorporating that a little bit. Ballet, yeah, no, I literally did ballet on stage. I did it for like 2 years. When I was like, oh, fuck, how old would I have been? Not that old. Like, maybe... Malith, don't say those numbers in that order. I would have probably been, like, maybe 7 years old, or around that time, maybe a year younger. A wee little lad, exactly. A wee little lad. Hey, you devil, how's it going? Watch how I still have the power to just decline. We've got enough Roku Nana on this stream. Yeah, no, I saw that devil. I'm glad that it was something... something simple. Again, it's normally is it's almost always the simplest answer, which is why it's a frustrating experience, because it's worse, because in retrospect, you're like, well, duh. But yeah, no, it's like, it's... Someone say Among Us? The imposter is sus! I hate myself. But yeah, no, so that, going back to it, that's why I kind of am tempted to incorporate dance outfit more. The internet thing from yesterday? Yeah. I was paying attention to it. It was, because I was sitting there like, the only thing I could think of was it was driver related. It was not, it sounded so, like, benign that the only options it was something really generically dumb, or literally your PC was exploding. Vahio. I love how the emote doesn't turn up in that part, so I'm just seeing the Vahio. Turns out the cable broke somehow when I was taking a nap. Yeah, happens. It genuinely just happens. I remember... I don't know if I've told this story, but when I was like away for a summer, living at a friend's place, and working as a lifeguard, one of my HDMI cables broke. I didn't realize it was the HDMI cable, mind you, because there was no reason I would have assumed it broke. Aside from the fact that technically, the day before, it had a door close on it, but like it was so slight that I didn't think anything of it. Clearly the fibers broke. And I didn't realize this until like a day later, basically, because I had spent an entire day dismantling my PC physically to try and find why it had broken. And I'm not kidding when I say, like, I dismantled that thing. What's this, one you want to prove? Clap?
Yeah, well,
you know,
fuck you, by the way.
There we go. Good old devil hate. Yeah. It's so quick.
Yeah, well, fuck you, by the way.
So quick. I love that I can actually just replay them if I want to. There's nothing, it was working and was not touched in like 3 months, and then in the span of 2 hours, napping it broke out of nowhere. Yeah. I don't know, eh? Love that soundbite. Yeah, now people can spend money to tell you, fuck you, devil. As God intended. Again, I'm just approving soundbites from, most of y'all, because again, I'm like, I trust y'all enough that I'm not gonna come to regret it. That one, fuck you from the time I joined is you were ending the stream. Something like that. I know, I can hear that's the outro music in the background. Alright. So what do I think? He's actually drawing? Disable him? What do you mean? I've been thinking this whole time and looking up reference art while y'all have been shitposting and I've been talking. It's only been 50 minutes. Oh, you asshole! Okay, give me a second. I need to find the... Where is it? I think it's under add-ons, right? Yeah, there we go. So it's 5 minutes. Fucking hell, it's 5 minutes where I'm having to do this all without glasses. Let's see. Found out Spider-Man Noir is on Prime, so you're gonna be watching it. Nice. Watch it in black and white. Yeah, like, I feel like that's the objective way that you kind of gotta watch it, is the charm. Because I believe, did they... I can't remember. Did they release it in both? Because, like, I think even, the actor brought up the concern of how black and white's not popular in the modern day by comparison. Nash redeemed funny voice. Were you not doing it? I refunded it. They released it in black and white as well as the color version. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you gotta watch it in black and white. It's just the idea of it, right? Okay, I was gonna... Oh god. Black and white has a better feel for the show and a better experience. I think it's, again, it's the argument of intention, right? Redeemed hydrate, okay. There we go. But it's like, I feel like because the intention of the show was very clearly, it was supposed to be black and white, it's the way to watch it. very rarely do I like to go against intention of like, again, it's that argument of developer intention or like creator intention when it comes to like games and shows and movies and all that sort of stuff. There's an element of going against it sometimes. Again, it's where we get dub sub arguments a little bit, and it's also why we get like exploitative arguments in a game. Like, there's an exploit in a game where you can duplicate items. It was very clearly not intended by the developers, but like, are you wrong for using it? It's a single player game. No, but it's like, the intention is very clearly it was not supposed to do that. Right? And it's like, that's the only aspect of it all that I like acknowledge the most. Trying to fucking... Has the redeem run out? Can I actually look at my screen again, finally? No, it's 4 minutes. Fuck. Still got another minute of me being blind as a fucking bat. Can you tell I'm squinting, by the way? Technically, you can play card game alone, but it's not the intended way. I mean, yeah, right? Feel slightly scammed, but you didn't draw. I struggled because I was trying to, like, pull up the references, but it's hard to find my references when I can't fucking see them. Surely it's timed out now. Yes, it's timed out. Thank God I could put my goddamn glasses back on. Oh my god, dude, 480p is more visible than what I see. Oh. Okay, finally. There's where my fucking references are. It blended into the console of the fucking OBS. I couldn't see it. No wonder I couldn't see myself. God damn it. It was a big blur. Okay. You can see that was squinting very clearly. Okay. I'm glad that, like, my blindness was obvious enough. What if we move that down that far? Because we move that down there, it's a little bit. this. Okay, and then... Oh. Okay. Brain sort of getting an idea of what I want to do. No, I feel like this has got to be longer. It's got to curve from here. What's a highbrow insult people here use? What's a highbrow insult? Oh, I heard one the other day that I absolutely loved. I'm trying to remember what it was. I mean, like, there's the obvious ones where it's like, wow, you really put in the extra effort to make that thought. Or the good old, don't worry, thinking like that's not for everyone. Stuff like that, where it's just the slightly petty asshole-y sort of shit that you pull out when you're like, wait a fucking minute. I was just doing basic shit. Why are you insinuating this was difficult? It's like, well, you seem to... Oh, what? There was one that I saw that was literally like, well, this task is normally really easy. You've made a really good job proving to many that it's otherwise. Your brain feels expensive, no need. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, there's a lot, like, you could make an argument of, everyone's lives and thoughts are very fragile. Yours just seem to be excessive, especially susceptible to its weaknesses. there's like real speed drawing spots here, so I can like just get the ideation of the outfit. How about I finally do this thing that I've been needing to do for far too fucking long with these designs. Yeah, lasso. Yep. Rip that out. And then oh, look at that. Now fucking the head and body are disconnected, which makes things so much easier to design around. Because now I don't have to worry about that. To be fair, I could probably move the head to be up here. It's gonna drastically change everything. And then what I can do, because I'm also lazy, is finish the Heart and Stone DLC for The Witcher today. Ooh. Was it? How good was it? Because I haven't actually played any of the DLCs for Witcher 3, I believe. Kind of want to add a devil or a genie to your D&D game. Yeah. Like, I know of one of them, which is, I think it's the other one that's, like, quite heavily focused around, was it Ciri and dealing with, I think it was just it was a high-end vampire. I don't know if it was a vampire lord or not. I think the base game's the one that has the vampire lord reference, right? There's a game I meant to recommend to me. Oh. Should I be scared? Trucken is supporting me from another world. Blood and Wine is the next one, and I'm getting ready to play it. Okay. I don't remember much of it. I just remember the stuff from the trailers mainly. And, like, I think I saw, like, the first 5 minutes of it from that. Okay, Truck-kun is supporting me from another world. Your truck is magic, and you now owe a soul debt to the buff isekai elf girl living... God. Sorry. Your truck is magic, and you now owe a soul debt to the buff isekai girl living in your head. Run over pedestrians as Truck-kun, make deliveries, and defeat the Skeleton King across 2 worlds in this chaotic, run-based anime driving game. What? Wanna go play Masquerade after hearing you talk about vampires? Yes, fair. The Heart of Stone DLC was inspired by Polish tale and myth about Pan Brodowski. Pan meaning Mr. and the rest of the last names, the protagonist. Okay. Brodowski, right? It'd be off the top of my head is how that's said. Apologize if I fucking butchered that. I know that Blood and Wine deals with the high vampires and their lore in The Witcher. Yeah, so, okay, it is, I think, the one that I'm thinking of then. Because the only reason I know as much about vampires isn't because of that DLC, it's because of me knowing a shitload of stuff about the Witcher franchise. And I fucking love it. You look at the Steam description, there are gameplay gifs, and there's a kaiju-sized low-poly salaryman peeking over the buildings. I can see that, yeah. So it's... You know what? Sure, add to wishlist. It'll be a funny, like, at least one stream game if I do it. Yeah, I can see it's not out yet. There's a demo for it, though. From what I could see. Can I put folders inside of folders? I can, thank God. Does not like moving around some of the stuff the way I'm moving it around. Okay. There we go. That was worth it. I mean, you think I wouldn't just run people over constantly? That sounds fucking fun. Okay, Sounds like the start of a TV report on how video games are violent. There's always gonna be a report. There's always gonna be a report. Your son has been brainwashed to run people over, kill the children for bonus points. No, it's kill the cyclists for bonus points. Let's get it right. We can't misrepresent games. To be fair, everyone thinks about how they should run over cyclists for bonus points. Convince me otherwise. Right? Good to know it's a global feeling. I think it just is an objective truth we've all come to agree on. It's not that, like, the thing is, right, I bike, right? And I still think about it. If someone ran me over and said, sorry, bro, I just wanted the bonus points, I'd probably go like, okay, you're still paying for me to go to the hospital. But I get it. Separated by map lines, united by hate for cyclists. Dude, there are two things I think that unites the world. It's hating the French and hating cyclists. Convince me otherwise. It's like the two universal truths. Those French cyclists. Damn, they're really not having a good day, eh? French cyclists getting all the hate. Hate the French, not the people, but the country. Like, it's just... I don't even hate, like, the people directly, or anything. Like, I don't even know what it is. I just hate the French. But sorry, though. Hell yeah. That's a completely different argument. Would riding my bike in traffic or in the road, went out with my mom, and she fully could block and ignore a car while she was biking and is confused why I'm riding on the side of the road. Yeah. No, it's the problem is there's so many cyclists that think they have, okay, maybe this is the universal aspect of why we hate them. Is it just me? Or do cyclists feel like they have the same rights of pedestrians and cars at the same time? Like, they have their way of priority as a pedestrian would have, but, like, all of the bonuses that you'd gain from driving a car, when you should have almost neither. Like, that's, I think, what it is. I think it's that, like, sense of, like, you get both, when you don't get, like, jack shit. Like, I hate that that's actually what's now starting to make sense in my brain for this. Holy shit, have we cracked the code? They even ride on the sidewalk? That's literally illegal here. It's illegal to cycle on the sidewalk, yet people fucking do it all the time. Admittedly, my argument will always be, if there's no pedestrians around, fucking go for it, right? But I'm genuinely, the more we're thinking about, like, talking about this, the more I'm like, I'm stunned. I think I've cracked the code. I think we've figured out why cyclists are the worst, and it's a universal problem. Vote me for world leader, and I will improve public transport, not for, like, any other reason other than getting rid of cyclists. A vote for Malith is a vote to get rid of, biking. Or cycling around. For cyclists. Not saying you can't cycle, but it's just going to become illegal. And there's just going to be better systems in place so you don't have to anyway. We'll figure it out. Just give the sun a 10 times buff. No. It's gonna murder a person. Give all cyclists heat stroke. Okay, well that's a little too super villain for me, but you know, I respect the idea. Like, calm down there, Final Fantasy villain, number 5. Actually, no, it's probably more like Kefka energy, right? So we'll go Final Fantasy villain, like, number 13. Heatstrokery. Ah, yes, the heatstrokenator. I'm going to power the sun to get rid of cyclists. That's the energy you're bringing forward with this. I respect it. I truly respect it, but I use the stick and wheelinator. What is heat stroking? Why are you making the heat stroke? Dude, I love making my heat stroke until she stroke the heat. You know? This guy gets it. I love stroking my heat. See? Like I said, this guy gets it. Okay, let's try. This is an idea. So let's remove the body. Yeah. Let's start trying to color this with some colors. How far is this gonna go? Oh, I haven't toggled the thing correctly. There we go. Didn't like that. Okay. What? I think the purple's the biggest problem here. Let's do that. Oh, fuck. Ow. Are you okay? I just sneezed and hurt myself from the sneeze a little bit. What do you think? Lore about domains read recently. Coincidentally, there is that is where all my content current campaigns are set in. One of the domains is a prison to Cthulhu. Oh yeah. Oh Devil, I don't think you were here the other day when I asked a question. I want to hear your thoughts on this. What do you think's a more compelling story? A story that includes implications of, or like whispers of Cthulhu, or physical Cthulhu? Like, no, let me phrase it. The first one's better defined as like the influence of Cthulhu versus like actual Cthulhu in the story. What do you think's more interesting of a story thing to play around with? Implications are better. Thank you. That was the thing I still couldn't get over when I looked at that. The fact that like 30% people think it's better to have Cthulhu in it. It's like, motherfuckers. It's not cooler to have Cthulhu in it. It's way cooler to just have him like referencely there. Because that's the point. That's the charm of Cthulhu. If you're wondering, this was literally, I cannot summarize it better than like, this was a vote on YouTube. Like a random vote thing on YouTube where it's like, which would you prefer? I saw that and I'm like, how is like this many people liking the idea of physical Cthulhu in the story, the story? Because like, at that point in time, just go watch a kaiju story. That's way more interesting than Cthulhu physically being there. Because like, Cthulhu physically being there actually deteriorates from the whole beauty of the Lovecraftian stuff in my eyes. The best stuff with the Eldritch Abomination shit is when it's not actually, like, the main ones are there. Voiding showing the actual Eldritch Horror monster is better. Showing influence and effects is what, to people is what might happen, is how it affects your life much. Yeah, exactly. The story's over by then, it's just survival horror. I mean, if we're going lore accurate, it's not even survival horror, it's literally how long you got till you've gone insane. And die. Because your brain cannot comprehend what you're processing. Because that's actually the point of the Lovecraftian universe, is that it is so far beyond our comprehension that it drives us into madness. Even just their whispers are enough. Physically, it being there should drive you so insane you melt like that guy from Indiana Jones' Lost Ark. Right? I sound extremely heated about this. I am. Going around cults and or artifacts that are connected to the monster. Exactly. Best thing to do. Best thing is when you don't show the monster. Again, when I was talking about this conversation, I brought up Cloverfield. So those that have seen that movie, you know exactly where I'm going with this. But that movie is one of the best, like, kaiju horror movies out there because it doesn't show you the kaiju for like 99% of the movie. And like you only see it, like actually like 3 times in total, and only like 1 time clearly. Right? And that made that shit way more terrifying and way more interesting. Because it was about the survival part of the story. It was about these characters trying their fucking best to, like, live. Also, that story was incredibly interesting purely because it was told from the perspective of a handycam. The whole, like, main movie. I'd rather it be some insignificant chaos smiling slimeling that does identity theft. Yeah, I actually would fuck with that kind of story, right? Like, imagine there's a storyline where it's like, oh no, this is Cthulhu. It's like, no, it's not actually Cthulhu. It's something to pretend to be Cthulhu. And you're now dealing with this kind of problem where everyone thinks they're worshipping Cthulhu, where they're just worshipping fucking Rimuru. And then it's just like, it gets to this eventuality where it's like, okay, how do you solve the problem? You prove it's not Cthulhu. How do you do that? I don't know, get Cthulhu involved. You actually, like, you talk to its influence and go, hey, someone's impersonating you, and that slime gets fucking eviscerated just by the influence of it going, the fucking Cthulhu going, bitch, you can't copy me. You don't hear that, but, like, that's basically what he's doing, and it's just actually the slime gets driven insane. That'd be fucking amazing. That's a cool storyline. Someone use that. I had a game where the whole story was investigating the thief who stole the prayers from the Scarlet Cults. The cultists hired players to get the book back. It was just a few passages nobody could read. People were going crazy over them. Didn't even name drop Cthulhu in that game. Yeah. Just glances towards it and it disintegrates. Well, no, he doesn't even enter the plane of existence the slime's in. Like, it's literally just Cthulhu gets informed about this. Like, that's the whole point of the story, is you are trying to inform the greater presence that it is being, like, someone is pretending to be it. And that's how you fucking beat the boss, is that you don't actually fight the boss. The boss just gets completely deleted by just its own madness. Because it gets informed of it, right? I love that idea. It's like you get into the room and you just literally see the slime start ripping itself apart and eating itself just to, like, deal with the comprehension of being basically probably literally just whispered to, stop copying me. But that's not going to be how it's perceived, because this shit's so... Again, I love Lovecraftian because the point is, even if they fucking whisper to your ass, the whispers will drive you insane. Like, this is what I love about this shit. I love Eldritch storylines because the best part of them typically is how uninvolved they need to be for their presence to be so impactful. Right? Now, don't get me wrong, I still love the Eldrazi and Magic the Gathering. There's a charm to seeing a gigantic Eldritch horror turn up and physically manifest, right? But that game, Magic the Gathering, gets away with it for the most part. It fails at this a couple times, but it mostly gets away with it by the fact that the manifestations of its Eldrazi, like, big things, like Emrakul and stuff, which are, again, equivalent to its Cthulhu, is that these are physical manifestations of a non-corporeal being that exists outside of their realm of existence. That's it, right? Like, they are entities that don't have a physical form, so the physical form that they're creating are horrors beyond comprehension, really, but people can fight those, because that's all they can manifest without probably, like, without exerting too much influence. Like, I can accept that as an argument. Reminds me, I watched the video of that guy making a character strictly following your religious restrictions. Oh! See, I always find that fascinating as well, is like, there is a point that I'll always stress. I love, environments that have restrictive rules for creation of their, like, characters and stuff like that. Sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that. It's incredibly cool to see sometimes. It's why, like, I mean, there's a reason why I think almost everyone loves the story of Avatar to an extent. Because, let's be perfectly honest, that world's actually incredibly restrictive, but incredibly creative within those restrictions. A normal person can only bend one element, theoretically, because of the way that the spiritual energy works in a person. As well as there's an argument made that, like, theoretically you're not always going to have that spiritual connection to the world. The further along you get, the less likely it is to be the case. But, like, it's got so many restrictions, which makes it so interesting when you find ways to bend those restrictions in a way to your own narrative. So I always do like that. Okay, what? I think it's the color is definitely wrong on this one. I think I need, like, a more, like, that kind of thing there. And a whole, about how the book and knowledge of it worked, yeah. Imagine making an ant suddenly fully understand and comprehend quantum physics and then take away that understanding but leave it with the memory of understanding it. The ant goes insane because it knows all of this stuff and remembered. Devil, do you know about what happened to the humans in Halo? Do you guys want to have a horror story and a half? So, I know way too much about Halo, by the way. Like, the Halo stories and backstories and everything like that. So, to those that know Halo, you know that, like, the Forerunners, basically stripped humanity of what was called the Mantle, and specifically, like, the Didact perverted it and shit like that. Now, we knew that the humans got basically taken away from being the dominant species of the universe, right? Of the universe at the time. They were in charge of everything. The Forerunners took that away. We're talking about humans having better technology than the people that built the Halos themselves, right? By far they had better technology. Do you know what they actually did to them? It was so fucked up. It was exactly kind of what you're implying there, Devil. Is what they did was they implanted them with a form of degradation that meant that they went from being the most advanced species in the universe at the time, in that galaxy. The most advanced species in that galaxy, to knowing they were, but not able to comprehend how. They knew that they could travel FTL. Or, well, like, split space and stuff like that. Like, they knew they had done this. They couldn't understand how. They still, everything of the knowledge of how it was done was in their heads. They just couldn't comprehend it. And they could feel themselves slowly getting taken away from them. That is what happened. They degenerated them from far beyond an advanced species, beyond our own current human existence, to primate. Well, no, not quite primate, but basically to caveman. Imagine how torturous that must be. It already be torturous if you did that to a modern individual. Imagine, like, thousands of years from now, the advanced technology that would come to comprehend even a child understanding to the level of stuff we can't even comprehend now as normal things. That kind of advance being turned all the way back to, I can barely understand how to wield this stick. Like, I knew I could do it. I built a spaceship myself for a science project, but I can't comprehend it correctly in a way, and all I can do is barely make a fire. Like, fuck! It's... So Warhammer 40k? Well... I absolutely love... again, I want to stress how much I love Halo as a universe because it is so well done with a lot of elements to it, but I do still, like, make fun of people that treat that universe so highly. Because as an example of power levels, mentioning Warhammer 40k, only one faction, two factions that have ever existed in the Halo canon that we know of, might even be like a threatening creature or a threatening entity in the Warhammer 40k universe. And that's the, I believe they're considered the precursors, which are basically the gods that left humanity with the mantle and the flood. And that's purely because we know the flood would be somewhat successful because they are just a slightly different version of the Tyranid. If they got a grave mine set up, they would actually do really fucking well. Because they would not have some of the weaknesses that the Tyranid have with, like, for example, the warp, but they would have other clear weaknesses where I believe the difference is between, what is it again? One is organic, one is bio. Because, like, I know the Tyranids don't, for example, let's just use this as an example point. When you're at Gravemind level of the Flood, they have the ability to meld and integrate with technology. Like, they don't have to just evolve, per se, in the same way. But they would, be able to adapt to the other species much faster. They would be able to take over Necrons eventually. Techrot? Well, Techrot's a weak version of kind of an explanation, but kind of. Well, again, like, this is the point that we make. It, like, indoctrinated and tortured Cortana. Now, again, the point to be made is literally the Floods as an entity just wants suffering. Right? Like, it wants to inflict suffering. That's why it didn't, like, absorb Cortana. It just fucked her up. It's why it didn't absorb the Didact. It just fucked him up. It corrupted him. Everyone that's been ever influenced by the Gravemind or talked to the Gravemind has been influenced into arguably war crimes and atrocities. The ones that didn't get too badly fucked up from that was the Arbiter and the Master Chief, and that's because it just needed them quickly. And even then, it arguably still did, because it gave the Flood full takeover of the fucking Ark. And you're like, wait a fucking minute. And again, that's the thing. The Flood would never trigger the Ark or the rings, the Halo rings. It would never do that. Why? Because it wants all living entities to suffer. And this is where I stress, like, if you put that into a Warhammer 40k universe, it is literally down to who meets who first. Sort of stuff. If the Flood successfully sets up a Gravemind and gets something like the Tyranids or the Necrons off guard, they would probably win quite heavily in those fights, and they would get an advantage. Because the moment the Flood are able to assimilate the concept of the Tyranids into themselves, it would be a constant battle between the two. However, in contrast, if the Tyranids found the Flood first, or before they were developed enough with a Gravemind, there is a very good likelihood that the Flood don't stand a fucking chance, because the Tyranids would be able to adapt to Flood spores faster than they would be able to infect. Right? Like, that's the idea. And like, also talking to Necrons. If the Necrons had the advantage, they would just atomize the Flood and remove them. That's pretty much it. Humanity is also an interesting argument because it depends on what faction of humanity it fights. If it's anything that's like below an Astartes, I'd actually even argue. Probably Flood advantage? Especially if a grave mine's involved. If there's not a grave mine involved, I definitely think Space Marines have a much better shout than I would like to give, than I would like to admit to, but they would definitely have a better shot. But it is just literally, if, even with their implants and everything, if a flood spore gets into them, I wouldn't be surprised if something comes from that, and I think that that's a problem. How far of the, on the edge of the galaxy do they invade is also a point. Well, I mean, that's the point that I'm making, is like, how do all of them interact, right? Which side of the divide? Yeah, like, it all comes down to how the first interactions happen. Because if the Flood is able to, like, turn up and establish a grave mine, establish an understanding of what's going on, and catch off guard one of these factions that have an understanding of other factions. So, like, again, if you found a Necron faction, like a Necron tomb world, and they managed to get to it before enough of it activated, stuff like that, they'd get it. Started hearing gunshots outside your window and went, oh, realize I'm at home. Yeah, be careful. Would the Flood revive the Emperor? Probably, and they would probably torture it. Like, they'd probably find a way to torture the Emperor. Like, that's, like, you could go, yes, the Emperor is a god, and I agree. They are a Chaos god, if I remember correctly. Or equivalent. But, like, that's the point. The Gravemind is basically equivalent to a god, and if it develops far enough, it will just, like, corrupt the Emperor and dement it. That is the point. Fuck, the Chaos Gods would probably let the Flood reign for far too long as well, let's be honest. Because literally all the Flood wants is suffering. They want living, the living worlds to suffer. They want pain, they want misery, they want everything. Now, do I think that the Emperor would obviously put up a damn good fight against the mental strains that something like the Flood would do? Yes. I do not think it would like be an instantaneous overnight thing. I think it would take fucking yonks. But the point is, like, that's the point. Sounds like a metal album. Hell yeah. But that's the stuff to take away. That's why, like, I will always love comparing factions from other universes to Warhammer 40k, because realistically, Warhammer 40k is one of the, like, highest power, like, fantasy, sci-fi worlds, universes out there. Like, the stakes are so fucking high in that one, that outside of, like, literal gods, it's still always up for debate, and even then, you have factions that just have killed or enslaved gods. It's nuts. Like, I think one of the ones that I do love that, one of my mates even admitted to was, like, the Daleks actually have a really solid shout inside of, the Warhammer 40k universe. Like, if a proper Dalek fleet turned up, they would get quite far. Because you're basically saying, like, near Necron level, weaponry, where it is kills the cells, they would do well versus the Tyranids. Now, again, they'll probably actually suffer versus the Necrons, ironically, especially, like, the higher level ones. But, you know. But, like, humanity, outside of, again, like, the top end ones, they've got a really good shot. Especially knowing that they do have force field protection. They have so many ways, and they have, like, again, at their peak, Daleks had numbers. There's a reason why one of the strongest factions in the Doctor Who universe had to literally break the rules of time itself to fight them with the Time War. To those that don't know, that war was insane because it literally was, how do we fight the Daleks? Well, we're going to take a person from the moment they would die, just before that moment in time, rip them out of that fixed point, and put them back into a fight. What a time to come back to... I know, it's so good though. But like, that's how fucking like much they had to do with a faction that arguably was like near deity per individual. Like the Time Lords had harnessed powers and concepts that were so far beyond that they had actually rewritten the rules of the galaxy and the universe. People underestimate that, but it's true. That's why, technically speaking, the 14th Doctor storyline is got so many weird moments to it, is because the rules of reality had been broken. And that meant that mysticism had actually, like, more or less returned. Because the world of gods and... Because, again, Doctor Who has gods. It's had gods in it all the way through, but most of them have been exiled from reality. Isn't the lore that the Time Lords are one of the oldest species in the Whovianverse? Yes and no. They are literally humans. They are literally humans that have been corrupted by the time vortex. They are mutated humans. So while they are technically one of the oldest living species, they're also not, because they're not been around forever. They've just existed in all of time. And they rewrote the rules of reality to basically ground it in the science and concepts they wanted, they believed in. This is actually the case. Mysticism, magic, gods, all this stuff actually existed before. Oh, ads. But yeah, that's why during the 15th Doctor so many gods turn up. I will continue this conversation once the ads have stopped. You see, I love ads. Ads are great. God, I love ads. I love money. Money, 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 money. It's my favorite thing. Went Mr. Krabs there for a moment. Hydrate. I actually need to go get some more water, so this is a good chance to do that. I like money. Posture check. I'll do I'll sit down properly. Give me a sec. Ugh. Alright. Sure, I'm sitting properly in my chair. Watch how long that lasts for. Okay, there we go, there we go. Alright, so now that the ads are over, we can go back to the conversation. So what I was saying just as the ads popped up was like, 14th and 15th Doctor deal with the fact that gods have returned. The concept of the pantheons and all that. Because that's why, like the toy maker, Sutek, all that sort of stuff are major storylines for those, sort of universes. Because, like, before that, the gods were, again, the gods were pretty much exiled because, the Time Lords set strict rules. They bound the universe to the rules they determined were the case. Think of, Kang the Conqueror in the Loki series level of, like, I have clipped the timelines I don't like, so everything works the way I wish it to. Now, that's the argument right there, is like, arguably speaking, is he wrong? No, because he did it for stability. Same with the Time Lords. The Time Lords did this to, like, strictly prohibit things from doing things too much. Like, breaking rules beyond the comprehension that should be the case. And banishing these entities to the spaces beyond. But they are still, like, basically dictating how the universe should work. Which, the moment you say it that way, you're like, yeah, no, the Time Lords are fucking assholes. And that's the point. They are. They are literally mutated human beings. I believe during Jodie's story, they talk about the hybrid concept, which is, I believe, a being born of the vortex and basically has infinite regenerations. And all the Time Lords basically splice DNA into themselves to further evolve. And that's why they only have a limited amount of regenerations, whereas technically the Doctor, being the true prodigy child, the child of time, gets away with it. I don't know for certain when that's all explained, because that is beyond the story stuff that I've watched. No offense to Jodie, I've seen some of the stuff. The writing was the problem there. Jodie was an incredible actress. She was let down by the writing of Doctor Who at the time. Which is upsetting, because they'd just come off doing some really incredible female characters. Dictate is such a nice verb. Yeah, but it's like, it's exactly the case here, right? It's like, the Time Lords were awful. The Doctor is a Time Lord in the way Anakin is a Jedi. Yeah, it's... like, quotation marks he is, but it's like, it's so much more than just that. Right. I mean, fuck, Anakin literally becomes, the being known as the Father, right? I think that's confirmed in the Ahsoka series. Because he's literally that powerful with the Force. So yeah, no, Doctor Who's insane in its power levels, though. Like, Anakin is daddy. I mean, I guess, yeah, you could say it that way. But, like, that's the thing. It's like, Time Lords would probably do quite well if you're talking about, like, full-blown Gallifrey Time Lords in the Warhammer universe. But I'm gonna be honest, they'd also get fucking run over because they're so big of a threat that fucking everyone would target them. Both of the Prodigy and their respective power systems, both sort of disowned from their people. No, you're kind of right with that. The biggest difference is, if I recall correctly, the Doctor ideologically was disowned, but also he is basically the prime Time Lord. The Time Lord before Time Lords. The one where, like, that is where they came from. Orcs running towards Time Lords really fast. Well, because that's the thing, is like, a Time Lord, when Gallifrey was at its peak, They could literally take something out of a moment in time that shouldn't be touchable and rip them out of it and bring them to another form of time just to, like, survive. Like, that's what they would do, is they would find their soldiers, and as the soldier would be killed, the soldier would be ripped out of time and brought back into the future or past or wherever to fight more. Clara. Yeah, no, Clara's storyline is literally what kept happening. That's why we actually have evidence of how they fucking did it. And it's so fucking mental. Because literally the universe was ending just because one human was allowed to live beyond her time and means. That's why, like, the whole, like, I haven't fully watched that storyline. I know most of the stuff in it. That's why I love the character Me. I think that's her name, right? Is the Me immortal? Because the immortal, she just exists. The me's coming up again. I think it's Me Immortal, right? It's so damn hard to get a motherboard for with no RGB. Because yeah, I just get fucked is literally the argument I have towards that, sadly. I can't remember. I think the motherboard I've got hasn't got RGB. I can't remember. I can literally look. Give me a sec. Let's open the box really quickly and look at an AMD motherboard. I don't see any lighting on it. What the f- Oh. Okay. Okay. That's how that's done. Sorry, I've literally not opened this box before. And I'm being very careful with this because I am literally handling an expensive piece of hardware. Let's see, cables, books, cables, peg. No, nothing else under there. Alright, time to close this box back up. Turning off RGB you can kind of do sometimes. It depends where it's integrated. But at that same time, like, sometimes it is integrated in a terrible way. So it's just literally linked to the power networking of the board. I've seen that. That was something that was very common back when they started doing it, is they would just literally have it so it was not in BIOS. No, you're not affected there. You could clip it. If you know what you were doing, you could literally just take some pliers to it and take it out. But I would not recommend that. I'm still... So, I don't know if I've mentioned, and I'm going to be tentative on how I explain this, but... So, outside of the fact that a massive external situation happened, I don't think I should mention this to you, Jen. The PC might not be done in time for the birthday stream, sadly. Because while I have a potential layover answer to get me close to being done in that time, I don't really have a way of doing that. Simply put, yeah, I cannot describe it any better than a bill came out for something that was completely unexpected and kind of fucked me over. So I've had to delay it a little bit. However, I am so close still with everything that once this bill's sorted and everything's paid up again where I am, it should only be a month or two at most. Because it is literally, like, if I wanted to, if I found an answer to, I could get the RAM and I could get a temporary, like, solution to the GPU. I could turn off most of the RGB on the current thing, but the one cannot be turned off, and it is stupid bright. Yeah, there's a reason why my PC is kind of hidden away, so I don't have to see it. Don't count as a virgin, so I get... Yeah. No, I'm very upset by how it happened, because it is... Again, I'm gonna... Okay, here's a moment of Malith being, like, real honest. I've been mega depressed this month. I know it's been a little noticeable on stream sometimes, but I've been mega depressed this month for a variety of reasons. And it has led to me being a lot lower productive than I would like to be outside of stream, which then proceeds to make me more depressed. You see the cycle. But yeah, like, I'm trying to solve too much. Don't be depressed, you're so pretty. God damn it. But yeah. No, if you're wondering though, that has actually been why some of the days off I've taken have been what they have been, because like, that's why I've actually been kind of glad I don't have a hard schedule, is there have just been days where Yawa and Bug have basically stressed, hey, don't stream today. And I streamed anyway. And I've pushed myself a lot recently with that. But also, before someone makes a comment, I'm fine with this because streaming is one of my big escapes. But it doesn't stop the fact that I am definitely feeling a bit a bit you know? But yeah, no, that has led to, like, complications in figuring out what we're going to be, playing next week. Because if the PC is not built by then, that brings us back to limited games. It's like, it is what it is. Have you tried feeling happy instead? You know, I should try that. To be fair, Bug sent me a plushie that's like, you can warm it up in the microwave, and I've called it Frank. It's a little plushy dragon. And that's been, like, I've been cuddling up to that a lot at the moment. Literally, after stream, a lot I've been going for a quick snooze because I've just been so, like, low energy. Right. It actually got... So, again, the reason why I've not talked a lot about it is because of some of the reasons. Some of the reasons being health-related. My health has been incredibly bad this month. That I'm just in a lot more pain than I normally would be. To the extent the other day I had to basically load up on almost all of my painkillers, including the ones that I normally avoid because they cost a lot to replace. Which is one of the streams I didn't, one of the days I didn't stream was that. And Bug and Yawa can attest, it was probably a good thing I didn't stream that day, is because I was loopy as fuck. But yeah, no, I'm currently seeing if I can find an answer to the RAM issue, because if I can, again, I cannot stress enough, if I can solve the RAM, I could probably finish the PC in time. But I need to finish that before, like, mid next week. Because, otherwise I don't have a guarantee of getting the RAM in time. So I'm, like, real tentative on how I'm gonna handle that. If I handle that. Just download more? Ah. That was my mistake. But at least I have the benefit that, especially because of all of your guys' help, and like again, especially recently because of Jin's help, the fact that the PC is no longer like a pipe dream is insane to me. Like, all of you have helped with that. I'm just, like, singling out Jin a little bit with it because of the recency. Ooh, the program's low. For obvious reasons, yeah. Deploy to tell you about our Lord. Oh no. Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's say things have also been tense for me, and I think to anyone who's alive, what I learned is that someone decides to accept or lash out really speaks to their character or priorities. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing, right, is at this point in time, all I've been doing is I've just been focusing on trying to resolve the issues the best I can. And as it's very evident, also been hiding it from you guys, because I don't feel like you guys should have to deal with my fucking bullshit. You guys got your own bullshit to deal with. Better to some and hold others in high regard, so, just by how they react to stress and life fuckery. I think my immediate thought to that is just like, I think I've just been fucked over so much in my time, I just don't care anymore. A lot. But also, like, I do, like, in the sense that, like, how do you describe it best? You know what I mean, though? It's not that I don't care, it's that the caring has just become a blend of life. Also learn people change as they get older and their core rarely shines through, good or bad. And people I thought I knew, people I loved, but it also feels like I have to love them instead of wanting to love. Yeah. I mean, that's, I guess, the advantage I have, and I know this sounds really harsh to say, but I've noticed in comparison my life, I don't have to worry about family as much. And I've known that that's been a huge harshity for a lot of people, is their care to family. Not to say that, like, that's wrong, it's just that I know that because their family is either less fucked up in some ways than mine or more subverted in it, they stick with them for longer, and I've seen how harsh that can be to people. Sorry, I was bored and I just kind of did a weird galaxy thing on the shoulder. Don't mind me. I'm just playing around with, like, random tidbit shit to fuck around with. Again, Malith is supposed to be almost a cosmic entity. Too bitter and shitty. One day I'll be. Nah, I think there's a healthy level of cynicalism that everyone should kind of adapt to have. I know I have a lot of it. I used to be substantially more cynical than I am now. I saw Pokemon through 11 heads in a row twice. Fuck that. I'm like, ah, cool, you've rigged the coin. What an asshole. But yeah, I think there's a healthy dose of cynicalism that everyone should have. That I think is sorely missing in some. Sneakily adds therapy to stream tags. Look, I've said before, right? While I'm not a professional in any regard, I have done psychology enough, and I've lived enough of a life of my own crap that I always do like talking about this stuff, purely because I fucking wish I had someone to talk about some of this stuff with, right? I cannot stress enough how much of my, like, stream content, especially with some of the advice that I give, is informed purely from the fact of, like, one of the things, as an example, I didn't have a father, right? I didn't grow up with a father. So therefore, I tend to be a little bit more father figure for a lot of things and discussions, right? For the sole reasoning of, if I didn't have it, there's some people as well that didn't have it, and if they didn't have it, I'd like to offer, even if unsuccessfully, a little bit of that for them, right? And like I've said very briefly before, one of the reasons why I felt like I probably was rejected when I would like apply to places like Niji-Sanji or HoloLive, because yes, again, I applied for those long time ago, was because I would go like, hey, my intention is to like take the Uncle Iroh approach, right? I like being the person that people can come to for advice or talking about potentially harder topics and helping break them down and discuss them with them. Because again, it's that shittiness of I didn't have that, and we're in an era on the internet where in an era of the world where it's hard to get that from parents sometimes, or parental figures. And when you're younger, you kind of got that from, like, your uncle, maybe, or whatever. But now, because everyone's so much more reserved or disconnected or disorganized, it's so much harder. Or some people have the "you must suffer as I did," others take the "I suffered, so I tried." Others don't go through that, and the difference speaks about people. Whereas I want to stress, right, I have a middle ground of those two. I can advise you as much as I would like, but at the end of the day, you have to make the decisions, right? It's your life. You have to deal with the consequences of your decisions. I would like to make an atmosphere where you can make those mistakes and learn from the mistakes and not feel failure as so horrifically bad and crippling as it does feel nowadays for people. Fuck, I even acknowledge this, right? Like, I actively stress failure is a good thing in a lot of ways. In fact, it's one of the best things out there. And once you learn to deal with it, it's good. But I will not deny, especially at the moment, I have something that goes wrong, I'm like, wow, I don't want to get out of bed. And there's so many people out there that have that more often than I do, and it must be crippling, and it must be so fucking difficult when there's so few people out there, in a sense, that are willing to accept you can feel that way. And it's completely valid to feel that way, especially with some of the things. Don't get me wrong, being stuck on those things that you can't control, not good for you. But at the end of the day, I can't stop the fact that you're probably gonna feel like shit when you look at some of the stuff that goes on around you. Like, fuck, your neighborhood might have something go on and you're like, wow, I just feel like shit because of this. Great. I can't stop that from being the case. You're gonna probably still feel like shit, but I sometimes feel like shit from a butt. Exactly. But yeah, it's finding a support, like one of the most important things you can do is find a support network for yourself, right? At the end of the day, you're not going to ever stop feeling like shit. Whether your support network is completely internalized, so you have good systems about processing these problems, something I've worked incredibly hard at trying to be the case, or you have good people around you, which I've also luckily enough got, right? Like I have people around me, both IRL and online, that have very clearly expressed caring to me, which is still something I struggle with, I'm gonna be honest. I hate using this as the case, but like I fully acknowledge I am one of those people that struggle with the concept of being liked or thought of fondly. And I know this, and this is the problem. I'm a high-functioning individual that acknowledges these problems of don't feel this way. It's not the case. You should value yourself better, but I won't. Because the high-functioning part says that, and then the rest of the part just doesn't care, and it's gonna feel that way. And because of that, the high-functioning part feeds the failure part. Oh, ads in progress. What a heavy discussion, and then ads turn up. I would have honestly paused them if I realized they were about to turn up. I actually really like that statement, and I'll talk about that once the ads are over, Jen. Because I really like that statement. Because that's actually a really good way of putting some things. Do I think of that? I think there's a bit I can learn from this piece. Again, I feel like I'm slowly moving away from some of the original idea of this. Right? Like, this was what we had here. Then we went to this. And now we've gone to... Where is that folder? This. Alright. Now the ads are over, I can see they're over. So Jen said there that it's like the whole, I know all my faults, eventually they'll learn and hate them as much as I hate myself. Like, yeah, I will not deny that is a constant struggle I deal with a lot. And it gets harder and harder because, like, there is a self-valuing part to yourself. Like, again, no one's gonna probably ever truly be a greater critic to you than yourself, and that is an acknowledgement that needs to be made by most people, is that, like, you know your sore spots better than anyone else sometimes. And for someone like me that is incredibly reclusive, in fact, I'm basically a fucking hermit on the good day, I don't have environments a lot of the time where I can just go and not think about that stuff. That's why I recommend walks to people, and why I should probably go on my walks more often again, is because going on a walk gives you an opportunity to detox from these thoughts. It lets you think through them, think, why do I feel like that? How do I feel when this is occurring? How do I, it lets you feel the feeling and lets you go through it. right? It's this process of understanding the feeling, because that's something that is incredibly important. But at that same time, there's difficulty with that, is there's some feelings that we can't feel and be able to process well. I have a lot of self-hatred. I have a lot of self-hatred for a lot of the things that have happened in my life, and the environments I've been in. In fact, I think one of the more evident things, if you ever look at it, is I will often talk about some of my past very specific ways, and while I'll be joking about a lot of things, the moment it involves another person, especially someone that it's very easy to go, this is a problematic individual, you'll hear that I have this level of, but I don't want to speak poorly of them. Because they don't deserve that, right? Something I talked about a little bit last night with Bug, and I'm fine talking about this. So again, this is one of my worst mental health months of the year, for a variety of reasons, and it's just inherently kind of like, if you could explain seasonal depression the best, this month is like literally this year's holiday of my depression, right? For just all the things that have happened in it. So that's why, like, just inherently speaking, the same things are going to be much harder for me to process and deal with during this month. I'm sure everyone has, like, moments like that, where it's just like, this week I would, same things that I dealt with the previous week, but this week I've just struggled with them harder. But one of the things we talked about was, like, my mother, right? Which I've talked about on stream a couple times. And look, at the end of the day, I do not think she was a very pleasant person. I will say, based on her understanding and everything, she probably did the best that she felt like she could as a parent. But God knows that that was not good. Like, I also acknowledge the stress and struggles she would have been under, for her own stuff. Again, she's a human being. But at the end of the day, this led to this, right? Like, X still led to Y. It's kind of hard to deny that. It's just the equation looks a little bit better when you phrase it a specific way. And it's a little bit more understandable and a little less of the issues feel like they're laid on X instead of just the equation in it. And it's the same with, like, my ex, for example, all that sort of stuff. Even though, bless Bug, honestly, bless Bug, bless Noxy, a lot of this, the people around me, when they've heard the stories of what's happened, have consistently gone, these were awful people, I hope, fucking, they step on Legos for the, barefoot for the rest of their lives, sort of stuff, right? Because it does help me feel like I'm a little bit justified in my upsetness with the stuff, but also I still will defend them a bit. Because at the end of the day, they are human. Everyone makes mistakes. Whether or not those mistakes are good or bad, that's a different argument. This is an art stream, by the way. I hope everyone's been enjoying that so far. No, it's an interesting one. I don't think a person isn't wrong for feeling entitled to being upset. a person is allowed to be angry, upset, all this stuff. The thing I've said before, and I'll always stress this, is it's not okay to be violent. Like, it's okay to be angry, it's not okay to be violent. Yeah. Hindsight's always 20/20, and we don't have the perspective gun, but that does not excuse behaviors people choose to do, nor does it invalidate my feelings towards what I... Well, exactly that, Jin, is one of the biggest pivotal moments for me getting through the pain and problems that came from what happened with my last relationship, was me coming to the realization it's okay for me to be upset with this. Like, I acknowledge the decisions made by some of the individuals during that time, due to their perspective, their understanding, whatever. It makes sense, right? Like, there is an understanding that can be had there. But I can still feel upset by these things. I can still feel like that impacts me negatively. Right? So, I fully admit I made a mistake towards someone at work, and it haunts me to this day. Yeah. And, I mean, fuck, I think, like, everyone's got something like that, right? Where they've made mistakes in their time, and it has been like, oh, this is something I will pretty much never forget. Best I can do is apologize, walk away, and never forget, so I can be better. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about before, one of my, the things, like, I talk about from, like, religion or belief, is that, and I know this is getting, whoa, where are you going with this, Mallow? My belief is being a better person than myself, is trying to reach the perfect version of myself, which is, truly, it's unobtainable, right? You can't, there's no such thing as perfect. It is a concept that's foreign to what we're able to comprehend. But that's my goal. And because of that, it is a constant effort of self-improvement. I don't believe to any higher entity, personally, which I'm not disputing that there could be. It is literally just, my argument I make is, my brain doesn't need to think about something like that. It doesn't need that to rationalize. So, put unnecessary thoughts aside. If there is a higher power entity, there is. Sure, go for it. And surely, if they're anything like a lot of the belief systems have it, they'll understand that it's actually probably fine. This guy's just thinking of being a better person. I'm gonna leave him to it. Right? But I agree, like, there's an element of learning to be a better person. And that's the most important thing you can do. Is every day try and improve. Try and reach to being that next. That person, the next, tomorrow. Hell of a, like, intense discussion, I swear. No, the only reason I brought up the belief system was because I wanted to, like, kind of bring it to that statement of what's important is to learn and improve. Do I admittedly struggle with that? Sure. Art's about creation. Starts talking about creation as, oh my god. Look, that's one of those ones where I don't understand why that discussion's as polarizing as it is, but I get it. To an extent, I get it, but I don't get it, right? Believe what you want to believe, go for it. There's an extent of I just don't care at this point. Like, I'm very science coded, so, like, yeah, my brain's gonna go, how did humanity come to be? We were once single cell organisms, and, like, over gazillions of years we eventually evolved to what we are now. And it's all because one fucking fish decided we'd walk on land that I have depression now. Thanks. But like... at the end of the day, it doesn't impact my life, what I believe or what other people believe towards that. Because, like, I'm not a scientist in that, yeah. Like, I'm not a scientist in that field. I don't have to care. I think it's one of the things I come to realize more and more as I've gotten older, is just how unnecessary a lot of these discussions are. Because it's like, it just doesn't matter to me. I just don't care enough to, like, discuss or argue on it, alright? What's my belief? I believe in evolution and stuff like that. Are you willing to, like, back up that theory? There's a bunch of scientists that have done it better than I ever will. There's also a bunch of scientists that have proven otherwise better than I ever will. I don't care. Right? How are we getting into fucking monkeys and shit when I'm supposed to be drawing? I drew a galaxy arm. It's pretty though. I was like originally wanting to do like a tattoo thing, like a tattoo design. Then I blended it more, and then I got more to the point of doing color. And then yeah, now we're with like a weird nebulous sort of shit on his arm. It looks cool though. I like it. I don't know if this is where I should be doing this kind of effect though. There's an argument to be made I should do it on this thing. The thing that's giving the boob window. Speaking of, do you like how much lower the shirt is now? It would be an overlay where his arm disintegrates into the cosmos. I kind of fuck with that idea. Last stream, that was a barbarian, now it's Michael Jackson. What happened? Hey! I don't think he was a barbarian, was he? Wait. This one? Or this one? Oh, I guess you could argue this is kind of barbarian-ish. Come on! Hey guys! It's me, Michael Jackson! I'ma do the moonwalk. You won't randomly blurt out. You know what? Sure, I'll just fucking throw it into the normal conversation. I mean, I could forcefully try and do the Michael Jackson voice the whole time, but if I did the Michael Jackson voice the whole time, there's gonna probably be at least one inappropriate joke, so it's probably best we not to strain you too much. I'm the one that decides if it strains me too much, right? Just let me decide for myself. It's fine. Midsummer, everyone. Oh, it's fucking winter, my dude. It's the middle of winter, and it's like 10 degrees Celsius outside. Grabbing your own crotch is optional, but... Come on! What's a hemisphere? What's a You've asked for this. It's 42 Celsius over here? Fuck, I would die. I'll just be real with you. I'd just be real with you. That would actually just kill me. I'd die. I'd melt. I'm good, thanks. Planet's ball cut. Bruh, fucking 72 Celsius. 35, 38 when the pilgrim is here. Fuck. Dude, anything over 30 sounds like actual hell on earth to me. They're handing out disposable. That's fair. Thankfully, no one would crit. Yeah, like, that would be my fear, is, like, heat stroke. Because, I think I talked about this before, but when I was in Japan, there was one of the, like, worst heat waves that had in a century. And, like, people died. Like, people were actually dying from heat stroke. And that's why me and my mate took it very seriously. But, like, I think it was the first time in my life I got sunburnt. And I'm very thankful the worst day of them all was over Wallows up Fujisan. At under 30 Celsius today and it was too hot. Yeah, no, like the moment it gets to like 23 degrees here, it starts being way too hot. Like we're a very like simple people in New Zealand, and heat's very come on. I don't know, I feel like this design moves way too far away from a lot of the original, but it does look cool, right? Like, I went way more K-pop-esque with the design. You want to be elitist about temperature? It's about what you feel and how much danger is involved. Yes! Oh no, again, I've said this before, right? Like, you have to accept relative heats, right? There's a reason why I explain it the way I typically do, right? Where, like, in New Zealand, we're very used to, like, 21 degrees Celsius and around that range. So the idea of it getting to 30 degrees is like incredibly hot. I think from far, I don't know if that skin color is yeah, it's a good point actually. Always thought about space being dark with imagery. I mean, that's why I was like saying earlier, it was very nebulous when I do it. It's also way more evident when you zoom in. That's something that can be fixed, obviously, when you design it properly. You asked for this. You asked for this. So I like the idea of the nebulousness of it, where it's like, it's the, kind of the colorful clouds reflecting a lot of light, right? How about temperature depends mostly on your adaptation to your local climate? Yeah, like that's the thing. Same argument is like, I could literally talk to someone that lives in my same region and we could have differences of opinions on how we approach temperature. Like Noxie. Noxie loves it when it's summer by comparison because she inherently is a lot colder, right? Like her temperature is a lot lower and she has a harder time with like temperature circulation. I'm the exact opposite. I overheat so fucking easily that even in winter I'm sleeping typically in my underwear because I'm that prone to overheating. Because, like, you gotta with the heat. Unless you opt for sleeveless? Ooh, do we want to make it sleeveless and actually make this on the skin, maybe? Yeah, there's an argument for that. Maybe it'll show more of a model where the colors can pop in more. Well, I mean, the argument is, best case scenario is we make it actually moving. So, like, it would be a moving nebulous sort of thing at the top of the arm. Remember to hydrate, yeah.
Oh, that was a bit much. Oh, that was. Oh.
What? What the fuck was that? Gotta go sleep. Yeah, catch you later, devil, and have a sleep. What the fuck was that audio? I thought that was you. Well, technically it was, but then... That audio is amazing. I'm assuming that's from like one of the times I was like doing a stretch or something on stream, right? Sound like a 6-year-old man having a horrible shite. You really that up, huh? That's the second Jacko pose. That sounds about See, you guys get so much power with the sound bites. Because there's a bunch of you that I'm just like, if you send a soundbite in, I'm just gonna trust you, which is a dangerous thing. Like, I think Clap and Jin have got like, I'm gonna be honest, they can just send probably just about anything and I'm just gonna accept it. Are you Michael Jacksoning? Because Jin. It's one of the last requests, even.
Oh, that was a bit much. Oh, that was. Oh.
It's so fucking funny. It's so dumb. It's also perfect for any future Dies of Cringe moments. It truly is. I think it being entitled pain is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Right. We're freed from the hee-hees. Even though this is kind of funny. And I have hydrated. Otherwise, it sounds like you might be pulling it. I don't know. It does sound like I'm in a lot of, like, suffering. To be fair, again, there is a fine line between noises of pain and noises of pleasure. As any voice actor can tell you. Like, as I've proven before, I could just sit here and, like, I don't know, if we just mute the background audio for a bit, I could just do some noises like, ugh, 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 ah, ugh, ah, ah, yeah, like that. Very clearly in the context of a game, you can, like, have that as your attack, whatever things. But, like, it also sounds pretty Can I use this freely for my fang? Go for it. Valid doing the Dark Souls 1 noise. To be fair, have you... I'm gonna fucking revolutionize some of your minds. Have you guys heard Japanese Tarek from League of Legends? I'm about to, like, blow your fucking minds. Give me a second. Wait. I need to turn off the music. We need to hear this as cleanly as we want. So, Tarek is a character from League of Legends that is very, by design, quite camp. He got a rework at one point. So let's just quickly listen to the original Japanese VA stuff of him. This is what he sounded like before they went full camp with him, and it was only like subtle camp.
打ち砕いてみせよ。君のために涙を流そう。魔法がこの地を汚したのだ。これがジェムの秘めたる力だ。清らかなる力を受けよ。石炭からダイヤへと変えてみせよ。
Right? So that's what he sounds like. Now you might be going, huh. It's pretty, wait till we get to the death noises.
強いものは美しい。ああ、ああ、ああ。ね、ダイヤ。
So that's his death noises. That's legitimately what he sounds like when he's dying. Is like
美しい。ああ、ああ。
like it and then we have the new Tarek death noises for Japanese Tarek. No, that's the old Tarek. Where's the new Tarek one? See if I can find it. It's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. Sounds like a jar of peanut butter was involved. It's like, why is it so what it is, right? Oh, to be fair, Ari's death voices are pretty bad as well. This is the Fox girl in game. Yeah. Again, voice lines in these booths and stuff like that is... when you take them out of context. Can you moan? I mean, I can. This is made with a voice director in a booth. Yep. Probably at least 3 people heard it and thought, yeah, that's fine. God, Ari is so much... I mean, yeah. No, Ari's a very popular character, but also that's kind of because she is a succubus fox. Like, by literally her lore, she survives off sucking out the life force of, other people. And she seduces them for it most, originally. No, again, it's the point to be made of this is what happens, is you can get, like, these recordings, and you get the audio, and you go from, like, again, I'm gonna, like, the fighting noises of, right? So, like, a death noise, which is, right? Which you're like, that's a death noise, but also, holy shit, did you just... I love both of you motherfuckers put the clip command. It's like, gotta get this. Gotta make sure I get Mel of the moaning. So yeah. We live up to our reputation. Yeah, you too. Turning these into sound bites. Be aware. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I fully expect that. No, I'm making my phone wake up alarm. You want the phone wake up alarm of me just going, ah, ah, ah. As I supposed to send in pain and then go to sleep, but you woke me up. I'm so glad. Again, I have the benefit of no shame, but like, this is voice acting, and voice acting is all of this sort of stuff, right? Yeah, there is a level of you have to be able to say and vocalize things that you might sit there and go, hang on a fucking minute. Like, I stand by, I do not mind doing this stuff. I've said before, if someone fucking makes a hentai game and they want me to voice in it, I'm there. I'm there. Right? I would be very down to voice in a not safe for work game. I think that'd be fucking hysterical. Oh, and that bug has also, like, floated the idea past me that we make a not safe for work game. Make you literally voice all the characters. Including the female characters, of course, right? At that point in time, it would just sound like a fucking, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged spoof energy. And at the climax, you'd just fucking say, are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? How is Yawa friends with y'all? Look, we're degenerates, Yawa's not. This is why it's really funny to me that, like, again, Yawa introduced me and Bug together, and me and Bug have, like, clicked way too much. Right? Like, we are very similar in mentality for a lot of things. And it leads to us, like, just being gremlins. Said anything about female characters? Good point. We're degenerates, Yawa's not. No, I talked over that one. I'm replaying that one.
6, 7.
There you go. I have the power of replaying it if I feel like it. I feel like I need to up the audio on some of these. Did she just say 6, 7? Maybe. You couldn't hear it? You want me to repeat it again?
6, 7.
Really need Yawa to join the stream. You know what the best part is? I've talked about this before. So this plays to my desktop, right? So that actually means if I'm sharing my screen, then like they hear it, which is why like during the Xbox stream it was really funny. The other ones are screamers. Yeah, it's the difficulty of like I'm a lot louder just inherently on my own streams than Yawa is, just because Yawa was a lot more quiet. She has fixed that up a bit. Is there a way to override volume? I can increase the volume. So if I test the interaction.
6, 7.
That's way louder now. There we go. So I can actually modify the audio levels directly, and then natively, I think it was, what, 60 or something percent was what it is by default. Wait for the ads to finish so I can comment on things. Again, don't say anything while the ads are happening, guys. Don't be funny. Stop being funny. Okay, you're not allowed to be funny while the ads play. There we go. I yearn for post-midnight Maccas, Jesus. No. Don't fall into the Maccas. Run. But no, as you said earlier, Jen, like, Yao being more outspoken. Yeah. I'm glad to see that she's feeling more comfortable and more, confident with stuff. Even is an acknowledgement that, she's made herself. Right? I've been on VOD playlist during this time. Yeah. It must be real interesting seeing, like, a streamer develop like that over time. Because, like, I've seen some streamers develop, but, like, someone like Yawa has gone from not talking at all
Malik blindly approving sound bites.
why did it talk? There's TTS. Yeah, some of them have TTS. Alright, catch you later, Clap. Have a good rest. Again, I've disabled the, like, direct TTS ones, but, like, the meme ones are fine to me. That one's actually... Why did it flip around like that? It looked so dumb. Oh, dude, I love the shitposty energy that again, Tangier has enabled you guys in such a fun way, and it being like on the cheaper side at least makes it kind of fun. But I do understand that obviously it still costs money, and money is a commodity for people. I do hope that everyone that is involved in it is like they're not putting themselves out or anything like that. I would love to. I can make some of them cheaper, but you know, put your jokes where your wallet is. Exactly. You want to be funny? Spend money. It's kind of expensive, not gonna lie. That's fair. I could see about like lowering some of the prices if you guys want. Because I think it's by default, it's all 50 bits. Which I don't know what that equates to off the top of my head. I know it's like under US dollar. But the fact is that like it stacks up very quickly. It's just, I will not deny, it's hard to change a lot of the integrations at, like, on large scales. Because a lot of it has to be set, like, there's no, I don't think there's a default.
Or shall we shag later?
Oh. Don't threaten me with a good time. Dude, I'm so excited for the idea that there's another Austin Powers movie. It's gonna be... Dude, I hope if they do another Austin Powers movie, it pisses so many people off. Because there's no way in hell Austin Powers, like, could be what it was in the modern day. I'm fucking hoping it just ends up being a good old Austin Powers. Because that shit was misogynistic and fucked up, and it was terrible, and I want to see people get rage baited by it. Right, like, I'm not the only one. You wanna know what I was listening to at work? Shitbag Joyride OST main theme. Fuck yeah. It's a formative OST. Dude, I love how you can say Jetpack Joyride OST and my brain immediately starts playing the beginning of the level. In my head. See something that would put a Christian grandma in a coma. Dude, that's why I've talked about this before. One of my favorite movies to have come out in recent years is the fact that we got a another Naked Gun movie, because that's such a movie that like no one would think to make those kind of movies nowadays, because they feel like so no, you can't do that, right? You can't make those movies. Those aren't okay. You hit out, all good, Jin. Catch you later. Have a good one. But you can't make the like again. It's the trick. You can't make those movies nowadays. It's not okay. It's not okay. And I love it because that movie was so unapologetically shitposty in the right ways, dude. The fact that there's a whole bit in the movie, and I've talked about this so many times, but like, explaining Naked Gun to conservative parents, holy yeah, that would be. But like, there's a sequence in the newest one where he talks about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and he's like, I can't believe you overrid my Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Do you have any idea how you can't get that anymore? And like, he goes into like commenting on like streaming services and shit like that. And like, and he even talks about some of the episodes and his love for, and I'm like, this motherfucker is me. And it's like such a dumb fucking sequence. And it didn't need to be there. But it's such a call out to people that have watched the originals and are in that age bracket of like, I'd say fucking 20s and up. They're sitting there laughing their fucking head off at it. Like, it's a movie made for people that like want to shit on these jokes. Like, want to shit on all of this new crap that exists. It's such a fucking good and fun time. Like, I loved a show, because, again, before me and my mate went and watched it in the cinemas, I showed him all of the original Naked Gun movies. We sat there and we watched through all of them, right? And it was really fun, because you're getting to see someone that never has seen these before experience such a weird culture and environment for these. And develop an absolute love for them. He fucking fell in love with them. And when we went into that movie, we were pissing ourselves laughing over just all of these sheer, like, stupid moments that happen. It was phenomenal. It was absolutely, absolutely phenomenal. So, it was one of the movies that, like, I just kind of blanketly started recommending to people because it was just that funny. I mean, at the moment, I believe we're trying to plan out when we're going to go watch Supergirl, because that's, like, end of this month when that comes out. Yep. Dude, the best part of these ones is like my brain just cooks for a moment with some of these. The fuck was SpongeBob licking me? God damn it. Yeah, no, I'm completely derailed. I don't want to spam them, but they're so fun. Hey, look, only reason I say don't spam them is don't spend too much money. Too fit. Okay, can someone answer, because I knew this was the case at one point. Couldn't you, there was a way to, like, earn bits by, like, watching ads? Is that still a thing? Because I knew, like, when I heard about that, that was back when Twitch didn't have ads in my region. So I literally couldn't even earn them. So I never understood that system. Does that still exist, or did they remove that? Because I think that was a cool thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if they removed that. I just spend monies. I mean, fair, but like, it's me sitting there like, if there's a way to get around spending money, don't spend money. Give me their money, not your money. Make the corporate bullshit pay, not me. Not you, like, not you, I should say. It's why, like, what is the argument again? I actually love, was a Commander at Home do this a lot. They talk about, like, oh, this is the Patreon, this is all this sort of stuff, and then Olivia at the end goes, like, and if you don't want to, and you don't have to give us your money, you can just watch the video, put it in the background, and let it run and make YouTube pay us. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's exactly the case. If you really want to support your content creator, fucking Make the big corporations pay me, not you. You don't have to pay me. Don't get me wrong, I want money, but like I'd prefer to take their money because they're fucking assholes. Redeemed celebration. What is that? I just see redeemed celebration. What? Did that do something? Because I didn't see anything. What was that? Was that like a Twitch end one? Made so lots of emotes come on screen. Oh. So god damn it, stop spending bits. I appreciate it, but god damn it, you don't have to spend bits. Gigantify an emote. Fuck, that is... Okay. It doesn't show up on the stream well, but fuck, that's massive. Why is that such a big emote? God damn it. Why is that such a big emote like that? Why is it... That just feels disruptive, the way they've done that. Elon Nash.
That's what she said.
It's so big. That's what she said. God fucking damn it. Dude, The Office does have some really good memes, though. I still haven't watched it because I just couldn't keep watching it. But, have I... Okay, I'm about to, like, alienate myself. Have I ever talked about why I didn't like watching The Office? I acknowledge it's a good show, but it's the same reason why, there was another series that came out, was it, like, Supermart or whatever, that I just couldn't watch it, because it's the American humor like that. It's like, it just made me feel a little uncomfortable having worked in these environments. Because I've worked in office, right? I'm like, I've seen people like this, and I've seen what happens when, like, they get reported to HR and all that. And it was just a little too close to home in moments. But I really like the memes from it. So I wanted to watch it, but I struggled. I wanted to like it, but, like, you know? I think for most people, that's not a problem. For me, it just was a little too much of a problem.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Yeah, no, that tracks. Oh, what was, do you guys remember... Talking about yourself, by the way. Nah, it's all of us. What, was it Samuel Jackson? Was the detective in that one, right? If you've watched the movie, the American Psycho movie. And like, it's because what they did with it is that they shot every scene with the detective talking to him 3 different ways. Where one of the ways they had it is he didn't know anything. There's one that he suspected it, and there's one that he knew it, right? Like, he knew that this guy was doing this stuff. All that. And he played he did each scene these 3 different ways, and they spliced them together. So, like, it was this constant irregularity of, like, He acts like he knows. He acts like he doesn't know. He acts like he's suspicious. He acts like he and it goes between the... I think that's such a cool and interesting idea of doing something like that, right? I mean, to be fair, I still don't think to this date anyone actually knows, like, did he kill anyone? Did he? I don't know. I think the man was just absolutely batshit insane. I'm sending Bug the images of the art from today. Dude, I loved American Psycho. It was such a fun movie. So many people I knew did not like watching it though. Oh my god, I look over at Discord and I saw what Sweeb fucking posted earlier. Your alarm clock is starting to gather dust. Dude, okay. I remember the days, and I don't know if these are still the thing. Do you remember when you had like the alarm clock where it was like the radio? The digital alarm clocks that were like a radio built into them, and you'd have it and it would trigger and it would just play the radio to wake you up? I feel old talking about them, but I feel like they're so, like, dated now that I don't see them. Because everyone uses their fucking phones. God. I still remember waking up in the middle of the night looking over and seeing, like, a good old 03 in the and you're like glaring at you in bright red and you're like, I fucking hate you. Why is it 3 AM? Would not want to wake up to fucking pop music. Yeah, to set your channel correctly. Have one of those, except the antenna was snapped off, and when I went to use the radio to wake me up, instead it made a gargling eldritch horror-esque sound. No, the one I had was one of those wired, like the wire radios, like the antenna. So it was like a cable. So you're just like you'd put it near. So what I did was I put it near like on my nightstand near a curtain. So I just run it up next to the curtain, up on top of the thing that held the curtain. I don't know what that's called. And I would just hang it up from there. And I think I sellotaped it up there, so it would have the best connection I could get. To be fair, I've already shown this before, sort of, but just a quick thing. While I don't use my alarms often, do you guys want to hear what my alarm sounds like? Because I have two things on my phone. I know, I've had to pause my VTuber model for this. Let's see. I believe... Let's see. So that's what wakes me up. If I actually have my alarm go off, that is what wakes me up. So I chose it because it's got a nice gradual build up and then the very heavy drop. JoJo's, yes. One of my favorite characters. main themes. And it's bugged out, and I'm hearing this one clip over and over again. Oh no. My phone is Golden Winds, like the main part for it. And then I think my text message is still Tuturu. Like the Tuturu! Which has been... just that's what it's been for a long time. Okay, I'm going to interactions, and you said, let's see, Leviathan attack, you said, right? So I can test the interaction. Yeah. Can't stop it even with a refresh. Oh god. What have you done? The client's just screaming at you. Your hand-finished serial killer pedophile. I mean, yes, that is Yoshikage Kira is the song that wakes me up. He's one of, again, I like his character because I like his story and how his stand functions. And I like how he is the perfect example of the opposite of what he says. Like, he talks constantly about how it's like, I just want to live a simple life where no one interrupts me, all this sort of stuff. It's like, no, he doesn't. The way he kills people, the way everything, he wants people to know. He wants to push it as far as he possibly can. That's why he keeps a trophy. That's why all this stuff. But his stand is actually designed to enable what he thinks he wants, which is he can dispose of a body perfectly easily, right? Like, he can disintegrate a body, make it as if it never existed. Like, he relishes from the excitement of almost being caught. Constantly. And that's the reason why he loses. Is because he is so involved and against his, like, he would have won completely, especially once he got the upgrade to his stand, Bites as a Dust Doll. Because, he would have just not had an issue. Like, if he never turned up to double check on it and everything like that, he would have won. Watch out, and Leviathan's coming. Watch out, a Leviathan. Watch out, watch out. But yeah, no, I absolutely love that about his design, and it's something that I give a lot of credit to Araki about. Is like, I actually really like a lot of the point of a lot of the characters in JoJo's is to, like, especially the villains, is to show this is what they want, but this is what they do. And they're often at ends. And it's actually, again, the vast majority of the villains lose not because they lose, but it's like lose to the opponent, but they lose themselves. I'm actually going crazy. Dude, I don't know what to say. Is there, like, do you need to click on something else? Is that gonna help it? Another one bites the dust. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room filled with rats. Rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy. Dude, don't ever say that around Bug. It just sets her off. Holy shit. The amount of times that I've just said, God, this makes me crazy, and it just goes. Close the browser, reopen it. It did not fix it. That's so weird. Is it retaining something? Like, retaining browser data? I'm trying to think, because I can't even see the... Look, if I open it up... I don't know. Have you tried, like, clicking or testing on something else? That's all I can think of. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably going to finish up soon, so you'll be freed from it anyway. Because we are nearly at the 4-hour marker. Play with the Leviathan. So everything's just screaming for you. That sounds about right. This is actually torture. No, I understand. I've had... Dude, you just reminded me of, like, anytime you get too far in, what's the, Risk of Rain 2. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, you know what I'm explaining, but, like, Risk of Rain 2, when that game starts, like, breaking, dear God, is it an experience. A terrible, terrible experience. Okay. We've got another idea going here. This is a very different direction, but, like, again, that's kind of the idea with the outfits at this stage. I only clicked on it because it was a good example of the old radio Eldris. Well, it knew, and it was like, no, I gotta make sure Nash is waking up, so I'm just gonna keep playing until he dies. But yeah, so I think this, the idea of this is interesting. I think that there's a lot of execution problems, but I think there's a lot we can learn from this. Now it's making you insane. Yeah, so it's an Eldritch sound. It's driving you insane. It echoes in the walls of your mind. Just take your headphones off. Take a breather. Like I said, I'm gonna finish up here, probably. What is, Twitch doing? I'm gonna snooze those so I can turn it off for today. Mobile, your savior? That's fair. Alright. Like I said, though, I think I'm gonna do a quick review of this design, and then I think we'll finish up for today. Happy 2 AM on a Saturday. I mean, it's nearly midday on Saturday for me, which is even more depressing in a sense. I mean, at least you can stay up late because it's the weekend, right? So it's not too bad. I wish that was the case. Dude, I don't even know what the weekend is anymore. I only know that it's the weekend because the people I live with were staying, like, at home during the day. Like, normally they'd have gone to, like, work or something. Okay. So, I like the idea of the nebulous sort of coloring. I think we could do something with that slightly different. I think the coloring just doesn't work enough here. And I think that the design... I see what I'm trying to do, but I just don't think we've accomplished it right. Like, I think what I should have done is make this, like, vest piece on the side here. This, like, strap part that's kind of, like, gray. That's connected to this jacket, so this should actually just be, instead purple. Right, like this. And then, like, maybe this strip is gray instead, or something. I forgot this was an art stream. Yeah, that is the thing. It's also midsummer, so I've partied all day. That's... Jeez. Make sure to get some rest, Blake. Please. Don't stay up too late then. Yeah, I think that makes... Whoa. When did I click outside of the lines? I think that makes sense that the coat kind of comes around to being this piece here and this attaches together. It gives it like some explanation of how that's done and what it's going to be on the back. Which again gets way more showmanshipy, but I like the idea of this character feeling.
Good God! It's hideous. It's beautiful in an ugly way, but mostly hideous.
Real holiday in the Nordic countries. Oh, is it? Like an actual holiday? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know, sorry. Just kidding. How dare you! You insult my art! Ugh, I'm gonna cry! I've been on the internet for far too long for that to work, Nash. Yeah, I think something like this, I do agree with the idea of potentially just this not even being a sleeve, but like just being like a pattern on the skin to like really accentuate the inhuman nature of the character. Like we could do that and then like make the skin here purple instead, and like make it a blending into the like this nebulous sort of thing here. So make it more of a night sky sort of thing. Like this. So it's like, it's the night sky with a nebulous part to it all. So you're making the entire arm just a galaxy arm? I mean, we could do that. It's kind of what I'm saying, right? Is we could move it away from having this disconnectedness to being a bit more, like, just straight up connected. Right? Like an ethereal spirit arm, kind of like Heimdall and God of War Ragnarok. Yeah! Kind of like that. So it'd be like a little bit translucent, I guess. So if we were to... Oop. A bit of translucency to it. For translucence of it, you could add the white and grey fake PNG checkerboard. That'd be fucking amazing, actually. That'd be really funny. But, like, I like that idea, though. Is, like, it's playing to this idea of, again, it's the idea that the character is this beyond, like, normal concepting entity, which, again, I want to stress the character is like, it's not all powerful, it's just a being that is existed for a very long time and is outside of these kind of the structured stuff of what is around. Is that powerful? Is that not powerful? Kind of depends on what you define as power, right? I guess is the argument to be made. Let me send this slightly updated. Waiting for the stream to end for something funny. Okay. No, it does not work on my end screen. Because it's a source overlay. So at the moment, it's only on my main stream scene. To be fair, there's a lot of stuff I need to set up at some point. I've talked about briefly before, but I do expect that once we have a finalized concept and design, I will be like redoing all of my my ending screen, my overlays, everything like that. So I might add it to that. To be fair, I'm gonna probably add a credits sequence. So like anyone that does anything during the stream will get like a little their name pop up at the end. It gives me also a timer in that sense for like how long the stream leave the stream before I turn the stream off, because at the moment it's just whenever I turn the stream off. Anyway, I said I was gonna finish up for today. I think this is a cool and interesting update to the design. We're gonna keep playing around with this until we get a final idea. So again, it's if you've got ideas to put forward, or like references to suggest, please don't, feel free to tell me, because I'm actually curious what I should do with this design. But yes, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.